All right, good morning, everyone. It is 8:30. Bring the regular council meeting of March the 24th to order. We have an agenda before us. There are a couple of additions. 5.3.5, blanket extensions for subdivisions to be added, and one more closed session subject under 16 as of the MGA. Are there any more additions to the agenda or deletions? If not, I could use a motion. Oh, Councillor Christie.
I'll move the agenda as amended.
Motion's been made to move the agenda as amended. All those in favor? And carried. Our next item will be the council minutes of March the 10th. Are there any errors or omissions? Councillor King.
I'd make a motion to accept the minutes of the March 10th meeting as presented.
Motion's been made to move the minutes as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Municipal Services, Transportation, 5.1.1. Welcome, Brad. And anytime you are ready.
So good morning, Mr. Eve and members of council. RFD 5.11 is the residential dust suppressant calcium chloride spec crude policy and application. Recommended motion. So a little background first. The chart reflects the cost the county has invested in 2019 for the rebate program. Calcium chloride it's unchanged this year for the cost. We collect those beginning of March estimates, and then we also do it for spec crude. So in the past, we've always given 50% of the value of what calcium chloride is. So 1048 is the full cost recovery for it. So we've always given a $5.24 rebate. Last year we had 52 applications. What we did was just took the average meters between 125 and 250 and come up with 187.5. We probably gave a rebate of roughly $51,000 last year. We had one spec crude application last year, which cost us $786. And what we've done with the spec crude in the past is gave the same rebate amount for calcium chloride as to spec crude. We've done that for a number of years. The policy we also did change is we amended to reflect a scheduled time for the rebate. We've got our own calcium applicator, and we always do a fall top spray. So last year and previous years, we've always had guys who are late to the rebate time, and then they go, can't I get it in the summer? Can't I get it in the summer? What we want to do is try and have those ratepayers still stick to that time frame so we can schedule that, but we could give the opportunity to ratepayers to apply for it later. It's just that we won't get we don't want to give them the rebate. So if they're late and we can do it, we would offer that to them, but at a full cost. And what we would do is the unbated rebated amount. So in the master rates bylaw, it's 524. We'd amend that to put that unrebated amount for that time frame. So you can see in the policy 13-4, number 3 under policy guidelines, the county will advertise the procedures for dust suppression, requiring all interested customers to submit application for dust suppression between the annual deadlines each year. So that deadline is usually April 1st to May 15th. So people have a month and a half to get those in, get those paid. Payment in full is to be returned with the application. If the payment's not made prior to that annual deadline, the applicant will not receive dust suppression. Their application will be considered void. So if they haven't paid for it, got it in that time frame, we're going to void it, but they have an opportunity under number 11 where after the rebated dust suppressant deadline, late application will be accepted. We'll accept applications all the way to August 15th. That way it runs into our fall top spray. But that will be at a full cost recovery as set by the master rates, and that'll be only for calcium chloride. The issue we have with a continued spec crude throughout that length of time is the ability to get it sprayed. There's not that many companies that spray oil, and this summer, if we have a summer like last year, working in between those rain days and getting a contractor to come out and spray it can be difficult. So this is the only reason we're saying to add calcium chloride, is because we have the ability to spray it ourselves. So we'd be looking for a recommended motion that council approve 13.4, the residential dust suppressant calcium chloride and spec crude as presented, and receive as information for dust control information report. Council options would be council approve the policy as presented, council approve policy as amended, council direct administration to provide further information, and the council receives the information.
Okay, thanks, Brad. Are there any questions from council to, yes, Councillor Christie?
The price per meter, is that just the product or that's applied product? Like all the grader work and stuff is in that cost?
Councilor Christie, that is full cost, so that is application, grader, extra gravel, all that's included in this cost, so. If we don't put the extra gravel, especially on calcium chloride, what happens, you'll end up getting a lot more potholes. Spec crude, it'll be 3/8 of an inch thick, and it'll be busted out, and you know, when you're paying $40 for that spec crude almost, people want it to last fairly long, so we always add that extra gravel to it, so.
Councillor King?
Brad, do you have any kind of idea, like, are most of the people who are getting dust suppression, are they, like, is it lean toward acreages? Does it lean toward farm residents? Do you have any idea what that might look like? And the reason I'm asking is, I'm wondering in terms of long-term if we should be looking at, I know it's not a lot of money, but maybe we should be considering taking the rebate out of it and making this a full cost recovery program, as it is specific to individual ratepayers. The benefit is specific to the ratepayer. Like I know for myself, with the spec crude, you know, paying 34, jumping to 39 is not a big deal, but for people who are paying $5 for the calcium and then jumping to 10, it's a much bigger increase for them percentage-wise. But I'm just wondering, do you have any idea and sort of, or even a feeling of what it might be? Sorry.
Councillor King, I would guess it's probably 50-50. There's a lot of farmers that put it, you know, they'll put it, acreage owners, yeah, there's quite a few, without really taking a good hard look at, you know, what each guy is. There's a lot of farmers that'll also pay for their neighbors. So some of these heavy feedlot guys will pay for their neighbors, so it's an acreage, but it's because of their intensive livestock operation that they're applying or paying for that guy. So I would probably 50-50, 60-40 without really taking a good look at it. What's an acreage? What's a farmer? So.
Councillor Christie?
I think Ken's kind of on the right track, and I guess I'd be in favor of moving that subsidy to 75% user pay and 25% subsidized.
Councillor King?
I guess my only comment on that is that if you're doing spec crude, which is a few people, they're already paying more than 75% share. So I don't know, I think for the $5.24 for me on the 150 meters, if I was to do 150 meters, to add that to my spec crude bill really doesn't increase it that, you know, it increases it to $5.24 for every meter, but I don't know, I just think that this is something that's kind of like our garbage collection. It's a very specific benefit to a very specific individual. And I just wonder you know, we're not subsidizing dust control for every resident in the county, and whether it might be long-term worth considering moving towards, you know, full cost recovery on a program like this. Not to say that I'm suggesting that we do that today, but I'd certainly like to see us as council and perhaps some information from you, Brad, to say what the impact might be.
Councillor King, I got also, years ago, we did comparisons to what other municipalities are doing, and of course, I know it's probably going to change as we move forward with every municipality, but majority of them do offer, that neighbor us, offer a rebate. A lot of them don't offer spec crude anymore because of some of the changes from the federal government on tracking spec crude sites for volatile, or I can't think of the name of what it is, but it's determined the amount of oil within that road. So we don't do enough in a year to worry about tracking it, but some other municipalities were doing miles and miles of it, so it started to be a bit of an issue. So a lot of them do a calcium chloride or an MG30 at a rebate. Again, later on, if council wishes, we can always bring that back. What our bordering municipalities are doing, what they're giving for future budgets in the 2021.
Councillor King?
I know for myself, I guess I would appreciate that, and if that's the wish of council, certainly. I don't want to change what you're suggesting we do here today, but I think going forward, I'd really like to see that.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Buchert? If not, what are council's wishes? Councillor King?
Having said all that I have, I guess I would make the motion that council approve the policy 13-4 as it's been presented here this morning.
Okay, motion's been made as per the recommendation on screen. Is there any more discussion to that motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next agenda item will be 5.3.1, Planning, Bylaw 1806. Welcome, Barb.
Good morning.
Good morning. So anytime you're ready. If you are you doing it or is somebody else doing it here?
Lori's gonna.
Oh, Lori. I keep looking at the screens on either side and I miss the person sitting in front of me. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay, Mr. Reeve.
Go ahead. Anytime you're ready, Lori.
Barb is here to help me along as well too. So our first item here is Wheatland County, Kneehill County Intermunicipal Development Plan. So just a little background, in the spring of 2018, amendments to the Municipal Government Act came into effect, including the requirement for all municipalities who share a common boundary to work together to adopt an intermunicipal development plan. The purpose of these plans is to foster a collaborative planning approach for lands along the common boundary between the two municipalities. This will ensure that certain identified areas are viewed with a regional perspective. By implementing a plan that contains both guidelines for future uses as well as agreed dispute mechanisms, urban and rural municipalities can reach agreement without negative impacts on either municipality. From the perspective of both municipalities, enhanced management of the land within the IDP area identified will prove advantageous for the long-term interests of the municipalities and the residents. A little bit of discussion. The proposed draft was created and the administration and assigned committee from both Kneehill County and Wheatland County have met to review and revise the draft. An open house was held in the village of Carbon on March 27th, 2019, geez, that's almost a year ago, to obtain feedback from the public. The draft that has been attached is the outcome of these meetings. This draft provides the following objectives: promote consultation, coordination, and cooperation regarding planning matters of joint interest within a defined planning area, provide a framework for addressing land use concerns with regard to joint planning matters, establish procedures for dealing with development proposals within a defined planning area, and address any other matters related to development considered necessary within a joint planning area. A public hearing was held on January 14th, 2020, to provide an opportunity for the public to make comments. Following the public hearing, another committee meeting was scheduled to discuss some feedback. Further amendments to the plan were made, and this revised version has been attached into your packages. And also, Wheatland County is planning to resume their public hearing today and consider their bylaw readings. So our proposed recommended motions today is that council moves second reading of bylaw 1806 for Wheatland County and Kneehill, for Wheatland County, Kneehill County intermunicipal development plan, and also that council consider moving third reading for bylaw 1806 with Wheatland County and Kneehill County.
Thanks, Lori.
You're welcome.
As you stated, administration has met several times. We have had public consultation, we've had a public hearing. The committee's met twice. We've gone through this quite a ways, quite a bit of time's been spent on this, so I don't know how much more we can spend on it other than let's get it done. Those are my thoughts. What's council's thoughts? Councillor McGee.
I just have a question. If one municipality does not pass all three readings by the deadline, what are we looking at as a situation?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. I should also add that IDPs are not necessary anymore. So with the changes with Bill 25, they did not become mandatory. We were 99% through this process when those changes came through. So it was determined that we should conclude the process. So there is no more deadline. So that isn't up against us anymore. I guess if one municipality doesn't proceed with third reading, if there's valid concerns or things that still need to be addressed, then that would probably be brought back to the committee level to address that and consider any amendments. And that process is kind of outlined in the IDP of how that would happen.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Watt? Oh, sorry, Councillor Christie.
I guess my question is with their public hearing today, if we pass it today, is it easier to defer it to April the 14th or I suspect there's no changes, but maybe there might be, I don't know.
Through the Reeve, Councillor Christie, yes, I guess there's always that chance. I think it's administration's recommendation to proceed if you're comfortable with the document that is in front of you. And if for some reason Wheatland County does not proceed with their readings, then we can address their concerns after that.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
Seeing as we have already agreed at many different levels that this is the document we're happy with, I would like to move second reading of the bylaw 1806 for Wheatland County and Kneehill County Intermunicipal Development Plan.
Thank you. We've got a motion to hold second reading of bylaw 1806. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Councillor Christie.
I'd like to move third reading of bylaw 1806.
Thank you. Motion's been made to have third reading of bylaw 1806. Is there any discussion to that motion? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I just want to reiterate that this is not something that, let me say this again. I want to reiterate that we could always make amendments if something comes up, so I support the motion.
Okay. No other comments. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. Our next agenda item, 5.3.2, cancellation of April Municipal Planning Commission meeting. Ms. Watt.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So due to COVID-19 and the increased risk for the virus to spread in public gatherings, administration is taking steps to help limit this exposure to the public. One of the ways to help reduce this risk is to limit the opportunities for the public to meet. As part of this effort, we would like to cancel the Municipal Planning Commission meeting scheduled for April 23rd, 2020. Since these meeting dates are set by a motion of council at their annual organizational meeting in October, council authority is required to cancel one. Administration is not proposing to cancel the May meeting at this time. However, we will be monitoring the situation closely, and it may be considered in the future. Once the risk has been greatly reduced or removed, meetings will all resume at their previously scheduled dates and times. And I should also note that we have received one application for April, and that applicant is willing to move that to the May meeting. So it's not a urgent request at all. And our requests for ones to come to April have the discussions, there hasn't been a lot of phone calls, I guess, into the office to talk subdivision and development right now. So our recommended motion is for council move to cancel the Municipal Planning Commission meeting scheduled for April 23rd, 2020.
Thank you, Lori. Are there any questions from council to Ms. Watt? Doesn't look like it. Is somebody prepared to move? Councillor Penner.
I'll make the motion, and you answered our questions, Lori, if there had been some extra paperwork, so I'll make that motion to cancel the Municipal Planning Commission meeting scheduled for April 23rd, 2020.
Thank you, Councillor Penner. We've got a motion to cancel the MPC meeting for April 23rd. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Just a smoking along here. Next agenda item, 5.3.3, open house for the land use bylaw. Again, anytime you're ready, Ms. Watt.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So we're going to see a little bit of a theme here. Due to COVID-19 and the increased risk for the virus to spread to public gatherings, administration is taking steps to help limit this exposure to the public. One of the ways to help reduce this risk is to limit the opportunities for the public to meet. As part of this effort, we would like to postpone the scheduled open house for the draft land use bylaw 1808. Administration is not proposing another date at this time. However, we will be monitoring the situation closely, and once the risk has been greatly reduced or removed, a proposed date will be considered at that time. So our recommended motion is for council to move to postpone the open house for the draft land use bylaw 1808 that was scheduled for April 2nd, 2020.
Thank you. What are council's wishes? Councillor King.
I'd move that we postpone the open house for the draft land use bylaw 1808 that was scheduled for April 2nd.
Okay, thank you. Motion's been made to postpone the open house. Councillor Penner.
Just a comment, we're still encouraging people to get their input, to submit their input on it.
Yes, through the Reeve, Councillor Penner, there still is the opportunity for any resident to provide comment or consultation through the social media, through mail, through email, and they can still talk to any of our planning staff as well too. We can connect them if they have any questions about the draft.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Watt? If not, we've got a motion before us to postpone the open house. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing as none, call the question. All those in favor to postpone, and that is carried unanimously. Okay, 5.3.4. Public hearing for Drumheller Kneehill Intermunicipal Development Plan. Again, anytime you're ready, Ms. Watt.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So same background as we've just talked about the last two agenda items. So I'll go right to the discussion. As part of this effort, we would like to postpone the scheduled public hearing for the draft IDP plan between the town of Drumheller and Kneehill County. Administration is not proposing another date at this time. However, we will be monitoring the situation closely, and once the risk has been greatly reduced or removed, a proposed date will be considered at that time. So our recommended motion is council move to postpone the public hearing for the town of Drumheller and Kneehill County Intermunicipal Development Plan that council had scheduled for April 14th, 2020.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Watt? Doesn't look like it. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move to postpone the public hearing for the town of Drumheller and Kneehill County intermunicipal development plan scheduled for April 14th.
Okay, we have a motion to postpone the public hearing between Drumheller and Kneehill County. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. We have had an addition, 5.3.5, blanket extension for subdivisions. Ms. Watt.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. So this is a request for a blanket extension on subdivisions that are currently in the queue. This does not apply to new subdivisions, these are ones that are already we're working on, that applicants are working on to meet their conditions. So once a subdivision has been approved and conditions have been met, legislation requires that municipality endorse it. Applicants have a 1-year time limit. However, some conditions cannot be met in the winter months. Administration has noted that it is becoming increasingly difficult for applicants to meet these timelines due to COVID-19. In order to continue to work with people and to help facilitate some resolution for all parties, we would like to request that council provide an automatic 6-month extension for subdivisions that will be expiring within the next 6 months. Administration is also requesting that council waive the $250 fee required for subdivision extensions. The planning department is working hard to coordinate with applicants to ensure we can meet their needs. Currently, we have been able to accept applications for a potential future municipal planning commission. However, we realize that this may not be feasible in the near future. We are monitoring the situation closely, have been in contact with some of our neighboring municipalities to see how they are responding. Currently, Mountain View County employees are all working from home. We are unsure whether they are still taking applications. Red Deer County is still business as usual with 50% of their employees working from home and from in the office. And Rocky View County and Wheatland County are currently still taking applications. These are all being done without public interaction as well too, because all of those municipal offices are closed to the public. So council options are to provide a 6-month extension for the subdivision applications. Council move to waive the required extension fees. Those are the requests that we're making today. Other options include to move to grant authority to administration to determine when it is not feasible to accept any further development and subdivision applications. Council deny the request, and council deny the request to waive the fee.
Thank you, Ms. Watt. Are there any questions for Lori from council? Is anybody prepared to make a motion? Councillor King. Nope.
Okay, then I'd make the motion that we do provide an automatic 6-month extension for previously approved subdivision applications that expire within the next 6 months.
Okay, thank you, Councillor King. Motion's been made to provide the automatic extension. Okay, there I go. Got my words straightened around. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Alrighty. Oh, Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move to waive the required extension fees for these subdivisions that we noted.
Okay, thank you very much for catching that. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, Ms. Watt. We will now move along to Corporate Services 6.1. Mr. McKinnon.
Good morning, council. The first report deals with the non-TCA and TCA projects, and those are big words, but it's basically all the special projects and capital initiatives the county's undertaken during 2019. As council's aware, the council receives quarterly reports reviewing the status of each capital project and special project which is being undertaken by administration, and these are reported generally on a quarterly basis. And those purposes are twofold: to review the financial expenditures and to give council an indication of the progress related to the completion of the projects. This process and reporting at year-end changes slightly due to year-end requirements, and that's the purpose of this report. There's two appendices in the report. One deals with completed projects and one deals with projects that aren't completed, that are in various stages of completion, that require specific motions of council to authorize the carry forward of those projects for completion in 2020. Appendix A details the completed projects, and there's some very good news here. All the projects were completed with favorable variances. That's a good thing. This is generally the result of anticipated better tendering and tendering process, and efficiencies in project management were the major reasons why expenditures occurred in these various capital projects and special projects within the operating budget. Two general principles that are applied is first, no project in this category can be overspent without council approval and necessary funds being sought to rectify the issue. And the general fiscal rule is if projects are underspent, the funds that were used to fund the project are returned to those original funding sources. Overall, the projects in this category that are completed total $10 million. There was actual expenditures of roughly $7.6 million. This resulted in a favorable variance of $2.4 million. Of that $2.4 million, $148,000 was funded from the operating budget, and that will float into the overall surplus calculation. And the balance of $2.2 million was funded from various reserves, and that will be returned or not drawn from those various reserves. So it'll be basically those commitments will be released, and those funds will now be available to fund future projects. And the specific reserves that will be refreshed, if you want to use that term, are the transitional reserve. Again, the transitional reserve is really just an accounting process. So staff will be, during the first quarter, when the reserve report is before council, will be making recommendations on the disposition of that. So that's yet to come. But the contingency reserve will be refreshed by $10,000. The roads reserve roughly just over $2 million, and the capital equipment reserve roughly $96,000. That's it. And the one variance in the projects is the presentation and management of the capital equipment reserve. That is done on an envelope basis. So in the budget, there's an aggregate amount budgeted, but there are numerous acquisitions that comprise that overall envelope. Generally, we use our best estimates when we're putting that budget together. Obviously, because of numerous factors, there may be positive and negatives. So there are some accounts that are overspent, sub-accounts that are overspent, and there's numerous that are underspent. Overall, the budget for those capital equipment acquisitions is underspent by $96,000 in totality. That's taking into consideration the over expenditures. So we are seeking council authority to fund those projects that are overspent by those projects that are underspent. That would still result in surplus funds of $96,000 in the category. Appendix B is the carry forward projects. Again, carry forwards of the projects. There's $16 million of ongoing projects and the expenditures in 2019 related to those projects was just under 3 million. That requires the carry forward of the 13 million roughly of projects to finalize those. Again, tenders have been awarded in numerous of these projects. Work is ongoing, but again, because of the nature of the projects, they're straddling 2 fiscal periods. So we're seeking council authority to fund those projects in the 220 budget. Again, if there's any questions, I'll answer that. The last item in the report is actually a housekeeping issue related to the operating budget. During the year, we did receive money related to the municipal reserve. It's a requirement under statute that these funds be segregated and provided for in that dedicated reserve. So we did not budget for any receipt of funds during 2019. We did receive $11,100, and this report is seeking council authority to segregate that and contribute it to the municipal reserve. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. McKinnon. Are there any questions from council for Bill? Boy, you covered that well. What's council's wishes? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move that we approve the project carry forward projects and funding sources as detailed in Appendix B to 2019 carry forward projects.
Thank you. Glad you said it, not me. All righty, we have a motion before us as on the screen, because I'm not going to try to spit that one out. Is there any discussion to that motion? Councillor Christie.
I guess my concern would be we're fairly fluid with the environment that we're in with coronavirus, that this is somewhat fluid down the road as stuff happens that we don't have no control of.
Yes, that observation is correct. And in the majority of these projects, there is the consideration that a large number of them have tenders awarded. The project completion is now the big issue in terms of when the projects can actually be completed. But we have numerous contracts in place and commitments, and work is in some cases continuing. In some cases, we're dealing with the contractors to articulate the change of project completion, and those will be reported out to council on a go-forward basis.
Is there any other discussion on the motion? Seeing as not, I will call the question. Motion's been made. The council approve the project carry forward projects and funding sources as detailed in Appendix B, 2019 carry forward projects. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. I have a few more. Councillor Penner.
I would make the motion that council move, get it on the right screen, that the $2,796,118 be contributed to the transitional funds reserve to fund the carry forward projects.
Okay, motion's been made as on the screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Councillor King.
I'd make the motion that we approve the budget amendments for capital equipment plan purchases, projects numbers 24 to 38, which are overspent by funding these from the projects that were underspent.
Okay, thank you. Motion's been made as on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as none, I will call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Councillor Christie.
I'll make a motion to move 11,100 to be contributed to the 2019, to the contributed in 2019 to the municipal reserve.
Thank you. Motion's been made, as on the screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously.
I'll take the last one.
Councillor King.
I'd make the motion that we receive this information, report for information.
Okay, motion's been made to receive the report for information. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing as none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Our next agenda item is 6.2, the 2020 operating and capital budget. Mr. McKinnon, anytime you're ready.
This document, report before you, is to approve the 2020 operating and capital budgets for the municipality, which is a requirement of the Municipal Government Act. Again, this is to ensure fiscal viability. This will allow administration to report back on a quarterly basis to council on the progress in completing the objectives council has detailed in the budget. Council has spent a full 2 days or more reviewing the progress of this document to this point in time. This document basically reflects the previous decisions that were discussed in motions and direction provided through the Committee of the Whole. Again, it's an unfortunate circumstance we're at where council's in a position of dealing with the budget in the context of significant health issues in the community. Those health impacts obviously will have numerous negative implications on, potential negative implications on service delivery. Administration is working on a program that will sustain services to our ratepayers on an ongoing basis, but we cannot foresee what the future holds because of numerous factors. Based on that, council or administration will be reporting to council on a more frequent basis on the impacts and monitoring of the budget and the impacts of the Corona-19 outbreak as it relates to the fiscal capacity and challenges that the county will be experiencing, along with our ratepayers, to say the least. Again, the budget is a document that sets out the policy direction of council. It's a financial plan, it's a communications device, it's an operation guide. It's all those things, and it's rolled together. In future years, there'll be a more prudent approach and hopefully more transparent approach for council to synchronize the strategic objectives of council with the budget. And the budget will become more of a business plan presentation to council rather than some spreadsheets per se. So that's the objectives, and that's what you'll see in the presentation of the 2021 budget. Again, the budgets are divided into two major arms. There's the operating budget, which really is the day-to-day service provisions. Various programs are funded under that. And then there's the capital budget, which main purpose is to renew the infrastructure of the municipality and keep it in a good state of repair. During the Committee of the Whole review of the budget, there was extensive discussion, debate, questions related to the premise of the budget. Overall, the municipal's budget from an expenditure point of view is well under the rate of inflation. The base expenditure budget is roughly showing an increase of 0.5%, but that's been overlaid by significant provincial budget implications. The report details the results of these provincial impacts. 2020 is the first year the county will be required to fund our CMP policing, which is being downloaded on municipalities. In the 2020 budget, funding of $160,000 will be required, and over the next couple of years, that funding requirement will increase to $480,000. In addition, the province was providing relief to shallow gas producers in 2019 and rebating the municipalities for the cost of that program through the educational requisition. During late 2019, the provincial government announced that they would no longer be continuing rebates through the education program, and municipalities would be required to fund that program entirely. That is a significant loss of revenue for the county. That is a revenue loss of approximately $1.9 million, just to equate it to the total operating budget. That equates to roughly 7% of the total budget. In addition to that, the challenges that Committee of the Whole dealt with in the deliberation of the budget was a reduction of capital funding from the province. That will be spread over numerous years, but over the 2020-22 period, the county will lose approximately $600,000 in provincial grants. Some of the major highlights of the budget are outlined, but before I get to those, I'd just like to point out, and Council's well aware, that the county has a long history of financial stewardship and financial planning best practices. This has resulted in the county not having any operating deficit for a number of years, if at all, in the last 10 or 15 years. The county has maintained its reserve balances. The county has been able to refresh its infrastructure on a timely basis, unlike other municipalities or the provincial or federal governments that has deferred significant capital reinvestments. The county has done an admirable job in terms of maintaining all the infrastructure, no reduction in services, while at the same time maintaining very competitive tax burdens for the ratepayers. That's not to say that tax increases can be avoided now or in the future. Some of the major investments the council has directed to be included in the budget are bridge rehabilitations and replacements, roughly $2.2 million. Some seed money for fire communications in the amount of $250,000. Long-term gravel supply. This is a significant project in the 220 budget. It's roughly $5.2 million investment to secure a long-term supply of gravel at a very favorable unit cost. Again, in terms of replacing the fleet, specifically vehicles that are required for winter control and other road maintenances, there's roughly $1.3 million of equipment renewals there. Again, there's various other improvements in various other municipal facilities. There's continued investment in the tree infrastructure in Canopy and the various communities. There's enhancements to customer service in terms of bulk water systems. And of course, there's money in the budgets to improve and maintain facilities that are used by the public or are used to provide service to the public. Overall, there's been a significant downloading of provincial cost. If you add up that magnitude of the impacts of the provincial downloading, in 2020, it's roughly $2.4 million. That is a significant chunk of change that the Committee of the Whole and Council has to deal with in deliberating and setting forth the budget. I guess jumping to the point specifically how Council is going to deal with this, Council, through the Committee of the Whole, did direct some modest tax increases, both in residential and non-residential. The typical impact on a typical household of that would be for a hamlet house, an increase of around $10 annually. For an acreage, approximately $25 annually. And for a typical farmland parcel, approximately $20 annually. That is generating roughly around $700,000, but that does not come anywhere close to mitigating the revenue loss or expenditure downloading of the province of $2.4 million. So it is a modest increase. There's been other efficiencies within the budget that have been allow council the affordability this year of having a tax increase, although a modest one, It will have an impact on ratepayers. Council and administration realize that, but again, it continues the same level of service and investment in infrastructure for the residents. The world is changing dramatically, so this was written last week, and the provincial budget, provincial announcements came out yesterday specifically regarding provincial education impacts. Prior to the announcements yesterday, which I'll discuss in a second, the implications of the provincial budget would have seen the requisition for the county increase 541,000. That 6% increase there is incorrect. It should read a 10% increase. So prior to this, it was a 10% increase. Excuse my error in that. The 6% relates to the impact on residential properties. So overall, the education requisition is up 10%. Residential ratepayers would have seen a 6% increase, and non-residential ratepayers would have seen a 12% increase. So that is the overall impact of the 10% increase. Again, the impacts on a typical parcel or typical acreage are outlined. However, that's basically in a state of flux right now. Again, I'll have to make the same point I make during every budget presentation, that council believes and the provincial associations believe that education should not be on the residential and property tax bill. We will continue, council will continue to advocate through RMA and other associations that this be removed from the municipal tax burden and picked up through the provincial budget in total. Getting back to the announcement by the province yesterday, it's a bit confusing for everyone. There's still details that have to be worked out, but the province has moved with two initiatives. One, to lessen the increase in provincial education increase. That is provincial-wide. Originally, the 2020 budget that was tabled had an increase of education being passed on to municipalities of roughly 100 million. Based on yesterday's announcement, that has been reduced to 85 million. So there will be a slight increase in education across the province still. More importantly, that education burden is distributed on equalized assessment. Our equalized assessment was not amended. Okay, so this one's tricky. During 2019, the shallow gas producers received a reduction in taxes. In 2020, our assessment has been reduced by roughly $140 million because of that issue. However, the education requisition does not include that adjustment. That adjustment won't be reflected in our share of education taxes until 2021. So it's lagging a year in terms of the assessment role for education purposes. So the county will still see an increase in the education requisition relative to the provincial announcement. So our proportion of the share of the total pie will be increasing in 2020. So that is some bad news. The province was providing some good news and some relief. However, we will not be getting the same advantage as the overall capping of that education because of our significant increase and not being credited for the $140 million of assessment we lost because of shallow gas producers. I know that's complicated, but that's hopefully it in a nutshell, excuse me. So again, there will be questions, I would imagine, council, how can we manage the budget in this trying time? Again, we need budget to operate. Administration will be prudently reporting back on a heightened level to council on the financial challenges and operating challenges that the county will have during the upcoming months. But we need to have a budget approved. Like yesterday's provincial announcement, there may be a series of further announcements at the provincial level that will impact things on a go-forward basis. We cannot predict what those will be. Such issues may be changing the tax levying dates, all those type of things. But as of today, there's been no movement to change those requisition and processing dates related to assessment notices and tax billing dates and the like. But again, we'll apprise council of any movement in that, in those areas. Again, there's various tables and appendices included in this report, and I'll just highlight some of them. Again, I just like to reemphasize substantially what this document is doing is reflecting the decisions and directions that have been previously given at the Committee of the Whole. When we get to one of the tables in particular, it recapitalizes the changes in direction from the last Committee of the Whole to today. And I will be walking through that table with some commentary. So there are a few technical amendments that administration has included in that table, and I wish to apprise council and seek council's concurrence that those technical amendments that administration is bringing forward are supported by council. So again, Appendix 1 is the adoption of the total budget, the total operating budget, excluding requisitions. So this does not include the school board requisitions or any housing requisitions, is $31,799,000. This reflects reductions that council made during budget deliberations, amendments to non-TCA projects included in the operating budget, program funding for grants to other organizations. There was a significant number of changes that council directed in the budget to reduce the impacts and soften the blow of the provincial, the major provincial impacts. But council recognized early in the budget deliberations that a modest tax increase would be required to balance the budget, which is required under the Municipal Government Act. So unlike provincial and federal levels of government, municipalities are not legally allowed to plan for and budget for a deficit position. So during these times, it's significantly challenging for municipalities to achieve that goal with limited fiscal tools. Just for clarity, there's numerous other appendices that are included. All these numbers are in that Appendix 1 and rolled up. There's specific details on the grants. Appendix 3 deals with transfers from reserves. Again, the Municipal Government Act requires council resolutions or specific delineation within the operating budget, any transfers to and from reserves. So the purpose of these appendices is to specifically articulate those amounts and from what reserves or to or from the transfers are coming from. Again, there's some operating budget projects, like every year. There's some special projects or special initiatives that council would consider and adopt. Given the fiscal challenges this year, the list is significantly reduced compared to prior years. In addition, there's the capital projects. And again, the capital projects at this point, administration is putting them forward as discussed at the Committee of the Whole. We're suggesting that council can amend this now if they wish. There will be significant challenges in the delivery of the program during 2020. Administration will be taking a prudent approach to these capital expenditures, reviewing them and reporting back to council. So it's not, we're going to rush out and do all these projects today. We know on a couple projects already, there are challenges to deliver those during 2020. However, council should realize that all the 2020 projects are being funded through non-tax levy sources. So any amendments to the 2020 capital projects will not have any favorable impact on the ability to reduce the tax rate. So the 2020 capital budget is predominantly totally being funded through reserves, grants, or other external sources. Perhaps if I could just jump to excuse me. Just looking for the right table here. Yes, excuse me, Council. Appendix 6 in the report is the budget changes from the last Committee of the Whole meeting. I'd just like to review those. So if we could put up Appendix 6. Again, there was numerous changes that Council directed through the Committee of the Whole, or sorry, the Committee of the Whole directed and have been incorporated in the recommended operating budget, and those were in previous minutes from the Committee of the Whole to Council, so I'm not going to repeat those per se. Again, there was some capturing of those significant provincial issues within the overall budget, but then from the last Committee of the Whole meeting in mid-December to now, these are the changes that administration is recommending, mainly at the bottom, and new information that's come to Council during that period of time. So I'll just run through them quickly. Council did direct that we improve the communication system and microphone system within the Council chamber, and it was suggested, and Council concurred previously, that that be funded from the IT reserve. That's included in the budget. Council received the communication from Drumheller Waste Authority dealing with transfer bins, and that has now been reflected in the budget. Council previously directed that that be funded as a one-time payment and funded from the 2019 operating budget surplus. This is one that Council has, I don't believe, may have been in the Council communication, but not formally before Council. I'll stand corrected on that. But we did receive a fire training grant from the province. So this is reflecting that grant coming in and the offset expenditure. Again, based on the updated assessment roll, there will be a slight decrease in the water service area and special benefiting tax. That's basically Council previously has set a rate, and the rate is applied to the assessment. Well, there's been shifts in the assessment. So the contribution to that reserve will be slightly down compared to prior years. The capital equipment plan, this is administration is recommending that we treat it this way. It's more effective than our previous practices. It allows administration to report to Council on what the sales variances have been compared to what we expected in the budget. So we've included in the operating budget those sales proceeds and contributions back to the capital equipment reserve. Again, it's a cleaner way, and it's fairly technical, so I'm not going to get into it, but it provides a mechanism for staff to articulate to Council during the quarterly variance report how we're managing our sales and how we're doing. And it's just more effective this way, more efficient. It reduces the administrative burden of previously the way we are tracking these sales. Again, there's specific transfers related to other governments. Council's, I believe, aware of those, but that's the support items that Council has approved already, specifically the $200,000 grant to Trochu and other ones that are under consideration. So funding envelopes have been provided in the budget to cover those areas. Under other revenue and expenditure changes, again, we did provide in the previous budget scenario an amount related to the provincial policing. That amount has now been confirmed by the province, so it is a further $69,000 for a total of roughly $160,000 in the 220 Council did reduce new initiatives to the tune of totaling 100,000. That's been reflected in budget. There was also a direction to remove 50,000 from the council contingency. The MSI money is slightly above what we had provided in the budget, so that is a favorable increase of 12,900. We had projected Aqua 7 to have a higher rate increase than they actually did, so we can back out some of the expenditures in that area. Again, the Torrington Pit, there was again a significant gap that Committee of the Whole dealt with previously. Administration had recommended that we draw another $400,000 from the gravel reserve to deal with the significant gravel project in the 220 budget, and that's now been reflected in the budget. The net impact of the rate changes generate roughly another $700,000. That's been netted by the reductions in various assessments. So the net impact of the tax rate change compared to the assessment, and once you roll it through and do all the calculations, the net increase in revenues resulting for the municipality would be $113,000. There is a significant anomaly in the tax roll this year that one significant property did not make it onto the roll. In those cases, they will still be billed, but it will come in as a supplementary assessment. So during the course of the year, it's quite common that municipalities will receive supplemental adjustments to the assessment roll, and there will be appeals that will be successful, and those will be reductions to the assessment roll. Those are termed 305 amendments. So we know we will have favorable 305 amendments, and those have been built into the budget, which will result in additional roughly $250,000 being received in taxation. But it's currently not on what is referred to as the return roll. So the assessors are required to provide the municipalities a return roll that is used for budget and tax rate calculations. So that return roll is a bit short. We're still recognizing those revenues that will come in on the supplementary roll. So that is a positive impact. Those are the changes in the operating budget, and just for council's information, there have been two amendments. One is council approved and one is being brought forward by administration. Council did previously approve funding for Greater Shed property acquisition, but it wasn't reflected in the budget. So this is a technical amendment to include it now in the budget. In addition, administration is bringing forward consideration of a further $200,000 to deal with some bridge improvements that weren't in the envelope that council's previously discussed. And perhaps I could ask Brad to speak to that $200,000 to provide greater detail than I can.
The $200,000 that Bill's speaking of would be to repair a bridge that's closed down at Bainin right now, currently. We've added that into the capital expense because of the value of what that would cost to repair that structure. That structure is a truss-style major bridge. We have approximately 19 major bridges within Kneehill County. 3 of which are not truss bridges, but truss bridges, whether they be pony truss or through truss, are always weight restricted, width restricted. But in that area where Bainin is, we have no issue with it being weight or width restricted. The ratepayers that live in that area don't usually, farmers don't usually use that as a crossing. They'll go to Taylor Siding, which is on the 841 to get across the Rosebud River. The issue with Bainin is the steep grade of the hill going down, so most guys don't want to run their equipment across there. However, it is still widely used with the oil and gas industry, and ratepayers getting back and forth to their fields with their pickup trucks. To replace that structure, we'd be 1.5 to 1.8 million. There's still a good 15 to 20 years, even though that steel structure itself is 1907. It was transplanted there. That bridge is washed out in 60, well, not washed out, a rig fell through that in 63, and the bridge was replaced. So that original structure that's there right now was in 1963. However, we have some erosion problems on the south abutment, and we're looking at how to repair those erosion issues along with giving the bridge stability on that south abutment with load-bearing piles. So very similar to what we just put in with the new bridge structures, sheet piles. We're looking at sheet piles for erosion control. That way we're not dealing with Department of Fisheries and Oceans for rock riprap and stuff like that, which takes a year to 2 years to get any approval to work within those waterways. So the 200,000 would add at least 15 years of life to that structure. Along with it would be used in future if that bridge was ever replaced too. It's not a value where we're going to lose it. We're putting it in, we're going to lose it. It'll always be a value to that structure if we were ever to replace the complete structure. So.
So in terms of my concluding comments on this report, again, I know this is a challenging situation. It's been a very challenging budget year for council and administration. We will continue to do prudent financial planning for the municipality and be responsible to our ratepayers. Again, just to reiterate, the current legislative framework does not provide any relief at current in terms of consideration of deferring the budget or deferring the tax rate bylaws that are required under the Act. So this report is before council to allow our legislative requirements to continue, and administration will be responding if the winds change.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McKinnon. While you're sitting there, Brad, I have a question for you, and that's to do with the Torrington pit excavation. With the significant drop in oil, is that somehow is going to affect our ability to mine, or you don't know yet?
Mr. Reeve, we're working on that right now with the province. All indications we're getting, we're just waiting for some approvals by the end of this week, we're hoping to get. But our conversations with the province, with the AEP, the provincial authority, is we will be able to discharge that water within the creek. It's just where on the creek we are. If there's overland flooding, we've got about 3 different areas we can flood, and then it mitigates itself into the creek. They don't want a direct flow into the creek causing turbulence, and especially during fish bearing season, April 15th to July, so 1st. But we are not anticipating an issue of trying to work with industry to get rid of the water. That will be just a revenue source that won't be getting if that's the impact. Currently, there is a TDL still to pull out of that pit between March and June for 260,000 cubes of water. Our indication as of the other day, they were still planning on using that water to fill some water cells. So it'll definitely help once this melt gets through. But we don't anticipate any issues at all with the extraction, so.
Okay, well, thank you for that information. Does council have any or questions for Mr. McKinnon or Mr. Buchert?
Mr. Reeve, I could just add that Bainan Road too. I forgot to add on there. That Bainan Road was identified in our 2014 road study as a collector road. So that road going down to that bridge from Highway 9 is on our long-term 14-year plan, which would fall within our 5-year capital. I think it's in 2022 2 for a design. So that also gives warrant to have that structure open. It does have traffic flows. The original BIM indicated, that's the Bridge Identification Manual, it did have an anticipated or estimated traffic daily count of 29. The last inspection seen quite a few cars going back and forth, and there's a formula the province has to figure that out. They bumped it all the way to 69 cars. So again, it's going to be when the activity is busy. Horseshoe Canyon area is right now currently another hot spot for oil activity. So again, I don't know if that's still going to go through with the current values of oil, but we did see a lot of applications come in from 3 different oil companies to look at drilling in that area. So
Does council have any questions? Oh, Councillor King.
Bill, when you were talking about the provincial education requisition, seemed to indicate we're going one way, and then there's been some changes recently. In the information that you presented to us, it appears that the increased requisition, as was originally presented, could have been double what our proposed tax increase was for Hamlet and residential. So we were looking at potentially 10 for Hamlet and 25 on residential, our increase on tax. And you were indicating that that might be like double that for a Hamlet and double that on a acreage kind of situation. So do you think it's going to be significant, the pullback from what the announcement was?
Through the review, yes, it will be a significant reduction. Again, we haven't got the details yet, but yes, it will be significant, and it would, at the worst case, right, as councillors alluded to, the provincial increase is double what the municipal increase. That drawback, I can't quantify it yet, but it would bring it in line with the municipal increase. So rather than twice as much as the municipal increase, it will mitigate significantly downwards. Again, as I mentioned, because of the anomaly of using for education requisition purposes the 219 equalized assessment, that does not reflect the $140 million that we lost in shallow gas assessment in 220. So we're getting hit on our municipal side and having a significant pain. That pain was the $1.9 million of revenue loss, but mainly the industry will not get credit in their education until 221 because they're using a prior year's equalized assessment. So because of the methodology, there is a lag in that relief specifically for industry. However, there is other measures in the provincial budget relating to tax deferral for non-residential related to education that will provide deferral of payments during 220. The details have not been released, and how that's going to impact our ratepayers and the timing of those payments is yet to be seen. So hopefully it's not the same situation as the shallow gas, where the province steps in and says, yes, we're doing this, and then in the next fiscal year, the impact is solely on the municipal level.
Councillor King.
And I guess I had one other question, and it's hard to predict or even to, it has to do with all this money they're announcing with regard to COVID-19 and assistance to municipalities and other places. So have you had a chance to look at that at all, and can you give any indication of what you might think or crystal ball out there in the future? Is there any of that kind of money that might be coming our way that might help in one way or another?
Yes, through the REIV, staff are currently reviewing those documents, and and announcements from both the feds and provincial levels. There appears to be some relief to municipalities, but it has to be dealt with in the context of the overall impact of COVID-19. So for instance, what do I mean by that? Well, the Bank of Canada has reduced interest rates significantly. That will reduce our interest earnings this year significantly. You know, we're talking a couple $100,000 depending on the extent and duration of the unfortunate events related to COVID-19. So right now, there may not be any significant direct municipal relief. Again, the programs and policies of the federal and provincial governments to date are to deal with and protect the interest of small businesses, oil and gas industry, and the like. Again, numerous agencies and associations in the province are, of course, advocating for relief for municipalities specifically in numerous areas because municipalities are the frontline provider of numerous services across the province. So we don't have a crystal ball today, but I would imagine within the near future, there will be a report coming to council articulating those impacts, favorable and negative, as administration reviews the materials that will be constantly coming out over the next period of time.
Councillor Christie.
I guess my question, on the 705,000 that's generated from additional revenue, it's about 100,000 from residential and farmland tax. The rest is linear tax?
Let me pull out, just bear with me for 10 seconds. Sorry, I don't have that number handy, but I will commit to get that number in a few minutes.
Bill, I go back to Appendix 1, the 2020 operating budget, and the operating expenses, provision for allowances, 1.1 million. I suspect that is for non-payment of taxes.
Yes, that's correct, Reeve.
I think with the oil industry where it's going and where, hopefully that's enough to cover.
I would say it will be a difficult year again for the county and for the industry.
Are there any other questions from council? We have a public hearing coming up in about 7.5 minutes. Are we going to have a quick break prior to that and then come back to do this, or what's council's wishes? Okay. Well, I'm going to call a recess, and I guess we got some numbers to ponder, but we'll come back to this after the public hearing. Thank you. Bylaw 1807 and hasn't done so already should register their names on the appropriate speakers list so your names can be correctly recorded into the minutes. If you not have already done so, please see Jenna Kester in the lobby to register your name on this list. The use of audio and video recording devices and cameras by the press or the public is prohibited. I will now introduce members of council, starting from my far right.
Debbie Penner?
No, we did not.
Oh, sorry.
That's correct. We did not.
All right, we'll go back to motion for public hearing for bylaw 1807. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Wade. Okay, now we'll go back to introduce the members of council, starting from my far right.
Debbie Penner?
Ken King?
Jerry Whitstock.
Fay McGee.
Wade Christie?
And, well, Mike was here, but regardless of, he is seated with us here. I'll outline the meeting process. Individuals speaking for or against bylaw 1807 today will be allowed 5 minutes to speak. A spokesman speaking on behalf of a group petition may speak for a maximum of 10 minutes. We have a time clock to be displayed on the screen at 2 minutes yellow. At 1 minute it turns red, and when the clock hits 0, there'll be a 5-second warning that your speaking time is complete. All questions to council will be directed to myself as chair, and I will direct the questions to the best person suited to answer. No questions will be taken from the gallery. No debate will be allowed. When presenting, speakers shall state their name and address. If you've already submitted a letter on or before the advertised deadline, you will only address council at this hearing on new information not contained in the letter. Any person who would like to present using electronic presentation will bring their USB flash drive to the presenter's desk, where the staff member will open the file at the presenter's laptop. The order of presentations to be made to council today will be: firstly, administration shall present an overview and summary regarding proposed bylaw 1807. The applicant shall state their name and present their application within a time period of 20 minutes. Thirdly, member of council can ask questions for clarification to the applicant. Fourthly, the chair shall open the floor to presentations from the public who are in favor of the bylaw. The order of these presentations will be made as follows: administration come forward and read the written submissions. Individuals will be called on in order as they appeared on the individual speakers list. Group speakers will be called in the order they appear on the group speakers list. Fifthly, the chair shall open the floor to presentations from the public who are in opposition to proposed bylaw 1807. The order for these presentations will be as following order: administration will come forward and read the written submissions. Individuals will be called on in the order they appear on the individual speakers list. Group speakers will be called in order as they appear on the group speakers list. Council members are allowed to ask questions of clarification to the individuals groups speaking to the proposed bylaw. Sixthly, after hearing from those persons on the speakers list in support or opposition, I will ask if anyone else present wishes to speak in support or opposition of the proposed bylaw. Seventh, the applicant will get a chance for rebuttal, which will be no longer than 10 minutes. Eighth, allow questions for clarification from council members to the applicant. I will now ask our Planning and Development Department to come forward to make their presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So notifications as per section 606 of the Municipal Government Act, they were placed in the Three Hills Capitol on March 4th, March 11th, March 18th. They were also on the Kneehill County website, and all landowners within the plan area were notified by mail. Section 631.1 of the new Municipal Government Act, 2 or more councils of municipalities that have common boundaries that are not members of a growth region, as defined in section 708.1, must, by each passing a bylaw in accordance with this part or in accordance with sections 12 and 692, adopt an intermunicipal development plan to include those areas of land lying within the boundaries of the municipalities as they consider necessary. So an update to that, Bill 25 that we're all aware of came into force December 5th, 2019, replaces the current wording of section 631(2) of the MGA to allow municipalities who mutually agree that an IDP is not necessary to not complete one. The Village of Acme and Kneehill County have agreed that we would like one between the two municipalities. So we've proceeded as follows. An IDP must address future land use, future development, transportation systems, intermunicipal infrastructure, programs relating to the physical, social, and economic development of the area, environmental matters, intermunicipal services and facilities, and any other matter related to the physical, social, or economic development of the area that the councils consider necessary. An IDP also must address a conflict resolution plan, a procedure to be used to amend or repeal the plan, and provisions relating to the administration of the plan. And just a little update with respect to Bill 25, does not change the issues required to be addressed through an IDP, but does propose an addition to section 631 that allows municipalities to omit one or more of the required issues from their IDP if the matter is dealt with through an ICF under section 17.2 of the MGA. So within this IDP mutual objectives, it provides a framework for collaboration when developing lands within the IDP area. It promotes open communication between the municipalities, the public, and interested stakeholders. It promotes respect for each other's jurisdictional autonomy and integrity. It provides a framework for the provision of services and infrastructure related to the joint planning area that demonstrates an equitable, efficient, and proactive approach. It is a guide to collectively plan for lands within the IDP area that will promote opportunities for residential, commercial, industrial, and economic development while minimizing land use and environmental impacts. Other mutual objectives, both the municipalities maintain jurisdiction over the decisions made within their borders. Applications will be evaluated against each municipality's municipal development plan, as well as statutory and non-statutory plans. Notifications will be done by both municipalities for applications received within the subject lands. And municipalities agree to share ownership information and mailing addresses for circulation purposes. General goals of the IDP: mutual respect and equity, cooperation, collaboration, communication, and trust, coordinated, consistent, and timely response, respect for environment and natural capital, public engagement and consultation, economic growth and development. So this area kind of demonstrates, this map here that we can see, demonstrates the two different zones that were identified. Zone 1 is residential, and that's shown in the yellow. Zone 2 is commercial, and that's shown in the pink or salmon color. The area in the center that is in white, those are the boundaries of the Village of Acme. Actually, no, I have to correct that. There is some area, the darker lined area, darker dotted line, that's the Village of Acme boundaries. So there is some Zone 1 and Zone 2 areas as well within the Village of Acme. This is the environmentally sensitive areas. Just a little bit to the north and east of the village, there is some environmentally sensitive areas that have been identified. Environment. The natural environment to the south and east of the village does not respect municipal boundaries. Both municipalities shall recognize the value of the natural environment and its contribution to quality of life. Proposed development in areas that are prone to erosion, landslides, or any other natural hazards, as well as proposed development in proximity to steep or unstable slopes, will be subject to requirements as identified in the land use bylaws to the satisfaction of the approving authority. Transportation. Subdivision and development within the plan area must accommodate layout, setbacks, and road uses to ensure orderly and efficient transition to urban densities. Agreements may be required regarding impacts to roads under the control of the other municipality. There may be circumstances where road alignments will need to be altered in responding to the needs of a subdivision or development. Economic and community development work together to ensure strong, stable local economy within the broader regional economy. Both municipalities shall work together to maximize the advantages of commercial and industrial opportunities potentially offered by visibility from Highway 575 and 806. May explore ways to providing services to area residents in the most cost-effective manner. Soil classifications. So this map here just outlines the different soil classifications around the area through Acme and then the surrounding areas around. Agriculture. Changes to existing agricultural lands will be landowner driven and in keeping with the subject municipality's planning documents. Protection of agricultural operations to be considered when approving adjacent uses. Residential and commercial use, so that is the Zone 1. Map highlights the areas where residential and commercial uses would be more appropriate uses. Water and sanitary sewer may be extended from the village where feasible. In some areas, it may be more viable for the county to extend water to service the village. Commercial and an industrial use, that's the Zone 2. Both municipalities will work together to maximize the advantages of commercial and industrial opportunities potentially offered by visibility from highways 575 and 806. Water and sanitary sewer may be extended from the village where feasible. In some areas, it may be more viable for the county to extend water to service the village. Development levies or equivalent contributions shall be collected from the benefiting developments, so no direct impact to the village or county is experienced. Buffers considered to mitigate potential conflict between uses. Oil and gas activity, so this is just a map that identifies the wells and the pipelines that are in the area. So with respect to the committee is formed of 2 councillors from each municipality. It is not a decision-making body. They meet on an as-needed basis. There is a responsibility to the committee to review the plan every 4 years. And it's a forum for dialogue on issues of common interest or concern and to engage in resolving any identified conflict. Dispute resolution process. So these are the 4 different stages that are outlined in the document. Stage 1, administration review. Stage 2, committee review. Stage 3, mediation. And Stage 4, if required, appeal. So what is next? So review the documents was completed throughout the period of July 5th, 2019 and February 4th, 2020, and some minor amendments were made. Public hearings, Kneehill County's is of course today, right now, and the Village of Acme held their public hearing on March 9th. Councils next will consider 2nd and 3rd reading of their bylaw, and the Village of Acme has already completed 3rd reading of this. And so then it's just left with Kneehill County for adoption of the bylaw. Responses, we did receive no letters in favor, no letters in opposition. There are 2 agency comments, one from ATCO Pipelines, one from Alberta Health Services, and council has been provided with copies of those letters that were received. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Watt. Are there any questions for the planner from council members? I see none. As we are the applicant, I don't believe I'll ask the applicant to come forward and make your presentation as we already have. And there won't be any questions because I just asked and nobody had any questions. I will now ask administration to come forward and read written submissions that are in favor of the proposed bylaw, and as stated, there are none. I will ask individuals, in the order they appear on the individual speakers list, in favor of the bylaw to come forward and make your presentation. And I have the list before me, and there are none. I will now ask on individuals who are speaking as a group. Again, I have the list before me, and there are none. I will now call upon administration to come forward to read the written submissions that are in opposition to the bylaw 1807, and as stated, there are none. I will now call on individuals as they appear on the individual speakers list in opposition, and that list is before me, and there are none. I will now call on individuals in the order they appear on the group speakers list in opposition to bylaw 1807, and that's before me, and I see none. I will now ask one final time if there's anyone else present who wishes to speak in support or opposition of the proposed bylaw. And I see no one. And I guess here's your chance, Ms. Watt. Does the applicant wish to offer a rebuttal? I'll only give you 10 minutes, though.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I think we're good. Thank you.
All righty. Does council have any other questions for the applicant at this point in time? I do not see any, so I will now declare the public hearing closed and ask for a motion to go back into regular council meeting. Councillor Penner.
So moved.
Motion's been made to go back into regular council meeting. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Well, at least I got that one right. Okay, thank you. Now that we're back in, we're gonna go back to 6.2. And I can't remember where we were, but I'm sure somebody will know. I think we were asking if there were any questions from council.
I'm guessing Bill's got my numbers for me.
Yes, through the Reeve. I'll just, excuse me, I'll just round these a bit. So of the approximately $705,000 increase, $45,000 is related to res, and that's 6% of the total. $115,000 related to farmland, which is 16% of the total, and $550,000 from non-res, which is 78% of the total.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. McKinnon? Comments, concerns? We do have a few motions that are coming up, if anyone cares to make a motion. Councillor King.
Never let fear nor common sense hold you back, isn't that what they say? So I would make the motion that the 2020 operating budget in the amount of $31,799,000 as detailed in Appendix 1 be approved.
Thank you. We have a motion before us to approve the 2020 operating budget as per Appendix 1. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move that the transfer from reserves and contribution to reserves detailed in Appendix 3 and Appendix 4 to be approved.
Thank you. We have a motion before us to approve the transfer of reserves and contributions from Appendix 3 and Appendix 4 be approved as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Councillor Penner.
Oh, sorry, wait. I'd make the motion that the council, that the 2020 non-TCA projects, including the gravel projects as detailed in Appendix 5, be approved.
Thank you. Motion's been made that the 2020 non-TCA projects, including the gravel, as detailed in Appendix 5, be approved as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion that the 2020 capital budget and funding sources in the amount of $18,600,887 as detailed in Appendix 7 be approved. Okay, we have a motion before us dealing with the 2020 capital budget, the funding sources, and the amount of $18,600,000 plus change be approved. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Councillor Penner.
I'd make the final motion that this report be received for information.
Okay, motion's been made to receive the report for information as presented. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Well, thank you very much, everyone. Our next agenda item is 8.1, the 2020 parade season. And I'm trying to find it here. I'm sure it's here someplace. Who's presenting? Oh, Mr. Hogan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through you to council. The item before you is just looking for pre-authorization for members of council to attend the various parades in the area. Since the writing of this item, I do believe there's been a request to add the Drumheller parade to the list. So that would be a slight amendment to the recommended motion. So each year, council participates in these parades within the area. We brought this forward knowing that council's attendance may later not take place. Of course, that's with the events of COVID-19. Right now, what we're doing is we're still moving forward as if some of these are going to take place, although we know they might not. That'll be a decision made closer to the day, and depending on the specific parade and its timing, some of them might go, some of them might not. The item before you today, though, is that if they do go, just simply pre-approving council's ability to attend those events as official business.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. What's council's wishes? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move to authorize attendance to council to participate in the Linden, Carbon, Acme, Trochu, Drumheller, and Three Hills 2020 parades.
Thank you. A motion's been made to authorize attendance for council to participate in the listed parades. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously, tentative on what happens here in the summertime. 8.2 is our next agenda item, and that will be Drumheller Area Health Foundation. Mr. Hogan.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Administration received a letter from the Drumheller Area Health Foundation. They're requesting a board member representative from Kneehill County as per their bylaw and advised that their AGM is on April 29th. They provided the Drumheller Area Health Foundation bylaw that was revised in 2007. The purpose of the foundation is to seek and administrate funds for the purchase of equipment and enhancement of existing programs related to healthcare in the area, specifically those not funded by Alberta Healthcare. Administration researched committee listings dating back to 2003 and could not find any resolution from council to appoint a Kneehill County Councillor to this committee. So this has obviously been lost for some time. I guess the question before council is if council wishes to continue involvement in this committee or restart involvement in this committee, as the case would be. The present composition is 1 member from Wheatland, 1 from Kneehill, 1 from Starland, 2 from the town of Drumheller, and then up to 6 individuals that are selected from an at-large pool. So the recommendation from administration is that council direct administration to withdraw from the Drumheller Area Health Foundation. There is a part of the agreement or of the bylaw that allows for a municipality to withdraw. It's simply a notice provision. And so that is the determination before council, is if you wish to follow administration's recommendation, or if council, alternatively, if council feels that there would be merit to participating in this board, to appoint a member. And so that would, those are essentially the two options before council.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hogan. Are there any questions for Mr. Hogan? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I had just wanted to add that I had spoke to one of the members and they wanted it to be clear that they are in the currently rewriting their bylaws, and so this is why this has come up now, and they are quite content to make whatever changes works best for us.
Thank you for that information. What are council's wishes? Councillor Penner.
I would make the motion that we direct administration to withdraw from the Alberta Area Health Foundation.
Okay, motion's been made to direct administration to withdraw from the foundation. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Alrighty, thank you. 8.3, Mr. Hogan.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. This item is a request from a local organization for the county to waive the fee for use at Keevers Lake. So we've received, this is a yearly event that takes place, and in the past, council has waived that fee. This is roughly 4 times per year, and that would be an amount of $200 at $50 per use. The recommendation before you is that council waive the Keevers Lake day use area fee for, and I'm probably going to pronounce this wrong, but the Rehoboth Christian Ministries in the amount of $200 for the 4 days they will be booking this summer during the week. One caveat on here, and it's not in the recommendation itself. We can proceed as council desires on this. Although if we get into the summer and we realize that our campgrounds are simply not open as a result of COVID-19, we wouldn't be opening them up specifically for this. So that's not necessarily in the motion. We're proceeding as if that's not going to be the case, but I do want to put it out for council that if we do find ourselves in the summer where we're not opening our campgrounds or we're not putting them out there for use, that we would be replying to these individuals to indicate that that would no longer be an option for them. But we will do that when we notify them of council's decision either way on this as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hogan. What are council's wishes? Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion to waive the Keevers Lake day use area fee to Rehoboth Christian Ministries in the amount of $200 for the 4 days that they will be booking this summer during the week, provided where it's allowed by the health department.
Okay, are we gonna wait for that motion to come up on screen? Because it's been amended from our regular motion. There we go. Is that the way you would like that motion to read, Counselor Christie?
It looks good to me.
Alrighty, we have a motion before us, as up on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Alrighty, now we will move on to 8.4, bylaw 1821. Mr. Hogan.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Our intention with the procedural bylaw was to bring it back for a broader review. However, we've expedited that in as a result of our current environment with COVID-19. In Council's current procedural bylaw, it is allowed in there for members of Council to attend the meeting via electronic means. The one stipulation, though, is that there has to be quorum actually physically present in the room, which means that you need at least 4 members of Council in this room where the meetings are scheduled and slated to be in order for that meeting to actually take place. So if 4 of you wanted to attend electronically, we actually wouldn't be able to hold the meeting under our current procedural bylaw. In light of what's going on out there, and looking at the lockdowns that are occurring elsewhere that we suspect are only a matter of time before they get here, and looking at the nature of wanting to ensure that Council can keep conducting Council business, we're proposing and recommending that Council consider a change to the procedural bylaw, which would allow any number of councillors to attend via electronic means. So what that would mean is that if all 7 members of Council wanted to attend the meeting electronically, that would be allowed under your own procedural bylaw. The MGA allows for that. With that, the stipulations under the Municipal Government Act is that the meeting would still need to be open to the public and a designated officer would still have to be here. So basically, if all of you decided to attend electronically, I would still be sitting in this chair during the meeting, and the public could come in and see on the screen. As long as you guys have the ability to all hear each other, see or hear each other, but as long as you have the ability to hear each other and to do that, we're in compliance with the Municipal Government Act. So this is simply to change our own bylaw to facilitate business in the event that we need to go that direction as a result of the current pandemic that we find ourselves in. At the end of this, it is administration's intent to bring back the procedural bylaw for a more full review. At that time, just like any bylaw, Council would always have the option of undoing this, changing it back, making any other number of changes that you see fit. This is simply a recommendation to ensure that if we do, we've already seen in other provinces where they're banning gatherings of more than 2 people. If that comes here and we don't have the provision like this in our bylaw, we actually won't be able to hold council meetings. And so we're just wanting to get ahead of that a little bit to make sure that in the event that we need to, we have the ability to.
Thanks, Mr. Hogan. Are there any questions? Do we have to rescind the previous bylaw?
You can go 2 ways. Is you either use a bylaw to amend, either way, you need another bylaw to either amend or to replace. So you have the option of rescinding the previous bylaw, which is what we're recommending, is just putting in a new bylaw with number, which is a cleaner way, because then it's all in one place and it's all consolidated. So you can go either, but we're recommending that we just replace it with a new bylaw.
Okay. What are council's wishes? Question.
I have a
Deputy Reeve
question.
McGee.
I would feel comfortable knowing that we are definitely bringing this back once this concern is over, because I don't want this to be forgotten about and left not changed in the future. So do you need a motion for that direction, or is this direction enough?
I think the best course of action is anytime council wants to provide direction to staff, that should come. Council's only way of providing direction is through a motion or a resolution. So that's the formal direction. The other thing that providing that does is, of course, then it gets entered onto council's action item tracking sheet. So of course it would sit there until such time as COVID was done and we brought that back. But that would ensure that there is an accountability mechanism attached to that and it doesn't get forgotten.
Councillor King.
Yeah, I guess I would just comment favorably along that same line. I think in conversations with my ratepayers, they certainly have an expectation that councillors would be in council chambers. And so under extraordinary circumstance, I think it makes sense possibly to change this bylaw. But I would certainly support the direction that we say to our administration, the minute this is over, we want to go back to a more visible and present format for our council meetings.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
So I believe the first step would be to provide first reading to bylaw 1821, that being a bylaw for the purpose of regulating meeting proceedings for council and council committee meetings.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion for first reading to bylaw 1821. Mr. Hogan.
There is one thing I was remiss in pointing out to council is in the actual, the new bylaw, 1821, it does have the clause for the bylaw repeal in there, which is appropriate. However, it says bylaw 1768 and that should read 1779. Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification, just in time. So we have a motion for first reading to bylaw 1821. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Councillor Penner.
With the environment that we have today, I would like the council provide second reading of bylaw 1821.
All right, motion's been made to provide second reading to bylaw 1821. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion to give unanimous consent for third reading of bylaw 1821.
Okay, motion's been made for consent to hold third reading for bylaw 1821. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Councillor King.
And I'd make the motion that council move third reading to bylaw 1821.
Thank you. Motion's been made to do third reading to bylaw 1821. Any discussion? Last chance. Seeing's not, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move that we request administration to bring this bylaw 1821 back to us immediately following the pandemic concerns.
I'll wait for that to come up on screen.
Sorry about that. It's okay. I just like to keep it challenged.
Can't make it too easy.
Yeah.
Doesn't help if we all sit there reading everything she's typing.
Yeah, exactly. I would be able to do that.
No pressure.
I used to babysit for Anne, but I did shorthand most of it. So she gave us the notes in shorthand. So one of those marks me.
Good answer.
Yeah, let's see.
So she can be like 200 feet away, so if you're sitting somewhere. It's cheating.
Okay, is that the way you would like the motion to read, Deputy Reeve McGee?
Yes, thank you, well done.
All righty, we have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? Other than who determines when there is a conclusion to COVID-19? Sorry I said that. There will be. All right, if there's no discussion to that, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. We will now move on to 8.5, the business continuity overview. Mr. Hogan.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. This item before you is an informational item that administration is providing to council, which is why the recommendation is that council accept the report for information as presented. In light of the pandemic currently taking place, the county is taking measures to ensure that critical operations conducted by the county are maintained. So as part of this response, the county regularly assesses its current resources and ability to provide services. The exercise involved prioritizing services so that resources, should they become limited, which we know they will and actually are already starting to be, are put towards most critical services. This means that the services of lower importance may be temporarily suspended if resources are not available or are needed elsewhere. So part of the reason for bringing this forward is it's not feasible to have a council meeting every single time that we're looking at changing up what we can offer at that moment or anything like that. So we wanted to bring this forward to have a discussion with council to ensure that council understood kind of the mechanisms of how we're doing this, was comfortable with that process in terms of this is how we make some of those considerations. The county activated its emergency coordination center, and we did this a couple of weeks ago at the end of the week before last. And that entity is monitoring the pandemic and the county's resources on a daily basis. So while we have enabled most of the staff to work in relative isolation or to work from home, we are getting the data and Fed reports every day as to who is actually available, who's working from home versus who's sick, who's self-isolating, who's any of the other things that kind of impact this. Because one of the things that you find in a pandemic is they talk about that the event itself goes in waves. And so you generally have 2 or 3 waves of it. We're just on our way up the first one right now. It's going to get worse before it gets better here by all estimations. And this will be one wave. There'll be 1 or 2 after this most likely that occur. That's the nature of a pandemic. And so when we look at that whether it's us, whether it's other levels of government, whether it's private business, you tend to lose a large portion of your workforce, and you don't necessarily lose them to the virus or to the pandemic itself. You actually lose them to some of the related factors. So as an example, when they close down schools and daycare, anybody who has kids in school or daycare now has a child care issue that they need to deal with at home that they don't normally have. So you might lose somebody's ability to be here in the office or to work, not because they're sick, but because they no longer have child care and they need to provide that, right? So that's one example, and there's other ones out there. If people are traveling and they're coming back, or they're in self-isolation, we can set them up to work from home, but they're not necessarily here, right? So we still maintain a level of service there, as opposed to an individual who is, say, sick, or they have a dependent who's sick that they have to look after. We lose the ability for them to do work for the corporation. And so even though they themselves might not be sick, again, it's a secondary impact. So when they talk about those things, as they're talking, generally in each wave, you're looking at losing, 30 or 30+% of your workforce. And we have seen in some of our areas within the county, I don't know if we've quite hit those numbers, but we've definitely hit numbers that are significant in some areas. And so whether that's, say, 20 to 25% in some areas that are, they're out of commission for one reason or the other, right? The rest of our staff, we have, as I said, we've taken measures to ensure that they can work in isolation. We've also taken measures to ensure that some staff are available. And what that means is tying back to what we define as critical services, vital services, important services. So what are the things, what are the services, out of all the things the county does, what are the things that we absolutely have to keep going? You know, if we were to lose them, what would we need back within 24 or 48 hours, right? And so an example of that would be water, right? We don't have, if water goes down, we don't have 2 weeks to get water back, right? We need that back right away. So we define that as an example as a critical service. So when we do that, and under our business continuity planning is we've taken steps to ensure that we have available water operators. And what that means is, well, it can mean a number of different things, but sometimes what that means is that we want a number of our water staff in isolation and not out there doing stuff, so that if some of the other water staff get sick or are taken out of commission, we have people that can come in and still maintain those services, right? And so, you know, whether that's alternating week by week or that, but again, even to make sure we have that redundancy reduces our capacity in that area for the short term, because we're not having people going out and about and risking getting, you know, as an example, we can only mitigate so much. So if a resident has an issue and one of our operators has to go into their home, that poses a risk, right? So we don't want all of our water operators out doing that, right? If we know we have to provide that critical service. So what our goal throughout this whole thing is to try and maintain as many of the services that we provide as we can for as long as we can. Where that starts to erode is as those resources go down, we will need to start making decisions about, okay, for the time being, we can no longer provide this service and we're going to temporarily suspend it. We've seen examples of that already. So as an example, other than this meeting, the office, like many other municipal offices, is closed to the public, right? So our in-person services have already been suspended. Now, that being said, residents can still phone in, they can do things online, they can do things by phone, over email. So a lot of the services that we provide are still being provided, just not in exactly the same method as they were before, right? We have, if we go into a service like planning as an example, you know, we don't define planning as a critical service, because if we lose our ability to process permits, we don't need them back in 24 or 48 hours, right? If those take a week or longer to come back, we in the public can survive that. We can make it through, right? So as an example, when we're doing our business continuity, and it's not to say that planning isn't important in the large scheme, it very much is. But in the in the immediate, you know, we've lost this, we need it back in 24 hours. If you can't put in a permit and you know, for a period of time, people are going to live, right? So what that tells us is that if we need additional resources in our emergency coordination center, or we need additional resources to provide other critical services, we might suspend planning services and redeploy those staff into other areas so that they can help us make sure we maintain those other services. So when we go through the stuff the county does, that there's a broad ranking of what do we need to provide. And, you know, I'll use an example maybe from Brad's area. You know, as part of the business continuity, Brad's already done an assessment on, you know, which individuals in our organization can run which pieces of equipment. So we know that moving gravel around from stockpile to stockpile is not a critical service, right? So if we start losing, you know, and even some of our grading is not critical services, you know, and I know we might see some disagreement from the public on this statement that I'm about to make, but, you know, if that washboard is on the road for a few days longer, you know, it's not great, but it's not the end of the world, right? If we need to choose between that and rebuilding a road that connects somebody's house because it's been washed out, we need to send resources to fixing the washout, right? If that means redeploying them off other areas. So as we lose staff, as an example, we may say, you know what, we're down some grader operators, but we have other equipment people that can slide into those roles. And that means that maybe we're not hauling gravel stockpiles around, or we're hauling less of it, right? So again, we go through that decision-making criteria and say, this service is more important, so that's where we're gonna put our resources towards, right? So right now, again, as I said, we're trying to maintain as many of the county's services as we can. Some of those will take different forms. So as an example, You know, in following the Alberta Health Services and the provincial and federal leads on this, we've enabled as many people to work in isolation or from home as we can. We moved from a little while ago where we were encouraging people to do that to more of a, we want you to go work from home. And that changes some things up slightly. And what I mean by that is when you phone into the main county line and you're looking for, say, a development officer, rather than being put through to one directly, we may take your name and number and then have one of our development officers contact you, because of course they'll be contacting you from home, right? Those sorts of considerations of those things. So we're still providing as much of that service as we can, but it looks a little bit different in how it makes it out there. Right? So those are examples. Attached to the agenda item is a broad listing. It's not the entirety of it, but this kind of gives council an idea of what we're looking at as our critical services. So when we're saying our critical services, those ones that we want to make sure we continue to provide, they boil down to keeping arterial and collector roads passable, snow removal, weather-related issues, and critical failures that restrict access to residences and core infrastructure. So what that means goes back to my previous example. If we have to choose between stockpiling gravel or cutting some washboard out of a road, if we have to choose between that and making sure that our water operators can get into the reservoirs to look after that service, or spring melt has washed out part of a road and that's restricting access to a resident or group of residences, we need to put our resources towards those things, not necessarily to whether it's the washboard or those sorts of things. So that's a prioritization. That's kind of what we look at. And it doesn't mean that we're necessarily going to ignore the other things. We're going to get to them if we can. It just might take a bit longer, right? Or we might suspend some of those. Facility management, so ensuring that power, gas, HVAC, water, wastewater, radio towers are working properly to county properties. We can't provide some of these services if we don't have the facilities that we need to do them. The distribution treatment network is related to water, so we need to maintain the code of practice and procedures. So again, this is provincial legislation that we need to maintain. We need to have certified operators, trained operators to do this, and maintaining infrastructure that supplies necessary for distribution and treatment. So as we go back through this, one of the exercises we've already done is taking a look at, say, our chlorine supplies. Right? We need chlorine to treat the water. What are the supply chains for that? Chlorine has a shelf life, and so what does that mean, right? And trying to work our way through that. Ensure internet works to pump houses and alarms. So that's critical for us, because if something goes wrong in one of those facilities, we get alerted to it via that method, right? Collection and treatment network, so ensure mains are flowing. So what that essentially means is that we're saying sewage where we provide it is a critical piece of infrastructure. So if there's something that goes on there, we need to be able to deal with it. Fire services, so those are whether they're, and now this can be boiled as emergency services. So we know that responding to fires and motor vehicle collisions is going to be a critical service that we don't want to lose, right? So we're going to put resources towards maintaining those. When we talk about medical responses, this is an example of a service that has been constricted a little bit to manage risk and things like that. So in the past, where some of the agencies were responding to, maybe I'll back up, medical calls are classified on a priority ranking. So you have Alpha, Beta, Charlie, Delta, Echo. So Alpha, Beta, Charlie are the less serious, and Delta, Echo are you need somebody right now. Those are more serious ones. So when we talk about sending people into people's homes or doing things like that, that's an example of saying, you know what, our emergency providers don't need to put themselves at risk to respond to Alpha, Beta, Charlie calls, because we need them to respond to some of the more serious Delta and Echo ones, or those, if there's an actual structure or grass fire, we need people to respond to those, right? We don't want to jeopardize that, providing some of the lower level of services. So there's an example again of a prioritization and trying to mitigate some of the risk. Radio towers and communications. So again, having the ability for emergency providers, for our own operations to be able to talk to each other as to what's going on. One of the things that enters the fray in this is when we talk about workers when we talk about people working in greater isolation, that also brings in considerations under working alone legislation and safety and stuff like that. So that enters another consideration as well. As we say, it's great if we have people just leaving from home and not coming into the shop, and they're just going straight out to the roads and doing that, but we still need to know they're out there, and we still need to have check-in procedures and all that kind of stuff to make sure that they're safe. ECC operational ability. So again, our emergency coordination center that's kind of looking after a large portion of this is, do we have the people to actually, operate and run that entity? The human resources, so employee resourcing and outreach. So again, we've defined this as critical because this is, if we don't look after the people, we won't have the people to look after the rest of the core infrastructure. So we've done a few things, and again, part of that is allowing people to work from home, to do a number of those things. When it's, there are some individuals in the organization who can't do their work from home, so trying to have them work in as much isolation as we can. So whether that means they're not coming into the shop or doing things like that. Some of our satellite grader operators, we've said, don't come into the shop. We've got a satellite office. Other people don't need to be in there. They don't need to go elsewhere. We can maintain a level of isolation there and keep those individuals as safe as we can while they're out there providing critical services. But we do need to look after the individuals. So whether that's trying to reduce anxiety, whether that's ensuring that their stress levels are being helped as much as we can, and just helping some individuals work through that. For a lot of the organization, they've never been through something like this before, right? Trying to alleviate that, right now when we've got individuals who aren't able to work from home, who are doing that, we have sick days that we're allowing them to use so they can maintain their income level. So, you see a lot of the general public, and this is going to become an issue, and it's a reason why the province is looking at, say, aid packages and the federal government are. People have bills to pay, and on top of everything else, that creates a higher level of anxiety and stress, right, around there. And I don't think we've seen that a ton in society yet, but it's definitely coming, and it's going to hit. By allowing our staff to utilize sick days when they're not working at home, they can maintain that's a whole thing of stress that's just removed, right? That doesn't mean there aren't other ones, but there are those. So we're taking steps to look after people so that we can ensure that they're in a good place mentally and that they're available to help us maintain these critical services. When we go down, we look at vital, and what is vital for us to do. So these, again, if we didn't have these, would we need them back in a day or two, right? These ones here, we would need them back, but not necessarily in a day or two. So we can bring those back. And really what it does, when you feed into the important stuff, is it's that prioritization that I've been talking about, is if we have to redeploy resources, we start taking stuff off the bottom so we can make sure that the stuff on top is maintained, right? So, what we might see right now, we're trying to take planning applications. I would say trying, we are taking them, but we recognize that down the road, we might not be able to do that. And that might be something that drops, and when I say drop off, what I mean is temporarily suspended. It's going to come back, but it might not just be right now. Or we might, we can still provide service in that regard. We can still do some of those things, but there's other things that we might not be able to do. One of them is an example that came up the other day that I don't know that we have a workaround yet, is things like real property reports. Right? There's an issue there that how do we process those when they need actual, you need to get the papers here and there, you need an actual stamp, it needs to be commissioned, which means people getting together. There's, so we look at those and we say, well, is there a workaround here or isn't there? And if there isn't, that might be a service that we need to temporarily suspend, right? Just like when we're doing these planning applications, we can do some of them, but we're not doing site visits in the same manner that we did before, if we're doing them at all. And that's sometimes tough for the public to wrap their brains around. I know that we've, it's been conveyed to me that we, even just a few days ago, we had individuals that we said, you know what, we're going to come by, but we're not going to, basically we're doing a drive-by. We'll come in, but we're not leaving the vehicle. Oh, no, come on in for coffee and stuff. And we're saying, no, we're not doing that. So there's still, some members of the public still have a perception that, I guess the awareness of what's going on there with COVID is either not known or is underestimated. So again, in this is wanting to make sure that we have the or the council has a level of comfort that when our ECC or when the corporation is making these decisions as to what we're going to temporarily suspend, that you have some understanding on what the basis of those decisions are. And like I said, that's important because it's not feasible that if every time we do that, that we're trying to have a council meeting, even though a level of service is a council decision, right? That we're not going to be able to bring you guys into this room or tune you in, because what sometimes some of it happens is we might not know on a day that we need to do that until in the morning when we get our assessment of who's all available and who's not. And we might look at it one day and say, oh, we didn't, we might not find out about it until right then that we have nobody available in a certain area. So we are working through that, and we are taking steps to, whether that's ensuring that our own staff are available, or in some cases having lined up contractors. When I say lined up, that's always going to be contingent upon their ability to actually do that. So if we do need to bring on a contract grader or something like that, there are a couple entities that we've lined up to be able to do that. But of course, their ability to respond is also going to be dependent on what resources they have at that moment.
Are there any questions for Mr. Hogan? Councillor Penner.
I just have a question, and it's not a critical or a vital, but it's an important thing in the ag side, to do with strychnine going forward. Has there been any discussions about getting that handed out?
Right now, we've suspended that, which I'm sure you're aware of is what's sparking the question. I don't know that we've had any specific conversations around what that looks like, or if that service, like how long that might be suspended for. That'll be, a lot of those will be ongoing discussions as to what, is there a different way that we can provide that, or what's that look like?
Just as a comment, the window of opportunity for strychnine and gopher management is now, because they are coming alive and coming above the ground. So it might be something that Ag Service Board wants to have some discussion on, how we might manage to get that product into the hands of farmers. I think there'll be a certain amount of critical demand for that anyway.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Hogan? Anyone care to? Oh, Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move that we accept the report regarding an overview of business continuity planning for information as presented.
Thank you. Motion's been made to accept for information. Is there any discussion to that motion? None. Nope. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. 8.6, org chart. Mr. Hogan.
So as per policy, this comes back to council every year in March so the council can see what we're administratively, the county is structured and what we're doing. This year is what you're seeing, or what I'm putting before you, is it's very different from last year. In some ways it is, in many ways it's not. So one of the things as I present to you the chart that we've created, the structure that we've created, and the reasons why, that I want to make sure council's aware of is under the new organizational structure, the only additional position is the economic development position that was approved by council. Other than that, there are no other additional positions. And in fact, in the creation of that economic development officer, we actually reduced another area by a staff position as well. So there was an administrative position within protective services. It is no longer within the org chart. And there's been an economic development officer added. So while there has been a new position added, the overall complement has, in the boxes, has stayed the same. So as we go through this, it was noted by myself, and I believe the interim CAO noted this for council as well, that under the previous structure there was a I use the term a lopsidedness to the organization in terms of when I looked at this and said, you know, there appear to be some span of control concerns. One of the things we looked at as well when we said, well, are we, you know, do we want to look at any changes to this, is tying into span of control. So whether that was just effective management and OH&S, looked into career pathways. So that ties into succession planning, and looked into working functionality. So what are some of the areas that maybe should be together, that they're doing similar functions, but are maybe not at that time? And one of the things I want to be clear is it doesn't mean that a previous structure or anything like that was wrong, because your structure is what it is in response to the things you're trying to accomplish, right? So we do see those changes over time naturally. You know, I've made these changes. These are probably not the last ones I'm going to make, but it all depends on what's going on out there. And so when we looked at, council's strategic plan and we looked at what we wanted to achieve, we looked at a number of these. So probably the biggest change is moving from call it a two division system, or where there's two functionalities, to now having 3 divisions or 3 branches. And so rather than having, say, just corporate services and municipal services, we've got a more strategic and focused branch now under transportation. Municipal services has become community services, and then we've got corporate services as well. So now we've got 3 very dedicated, very direct and specific focuses there. With that, under CAO services is the communications officer remaining within that area, the executive assistant ledger services office, and maintaining records management within that area as well. And so that's what CAO services looks like. If we flip the page, then we're into corporate services. Going through here is looking at work functionality, looking at career pathways and things like that, is now looking to tie the individuals at the front desk who do a lot of work with corporate services into the corporate services structure. So tying them into a lot of the work functionalities that go on, which we also see as succession planning, or enabling them to, should they want to move to a different position in their career, making that step more easy, or more logical and easier for them. It allows us to build a few more redundancies and to have basically a better tie-in or better efficiency as we're moving in those areas. With that, human resources had been operating basically under CAO services. We've moved that back and tied in now the OH&S officer into that area. So again, part of this was strategic, part of it was work functionality. So when we look at those as an example, is we look at the ability for OH&S and human resources to work together. In a lot of organizations, it's common that they are in the same entity. But whether that's working through WCB, working through the injury reports, having some of that safety redundancy, all ties into there. The other thing it does is that it takes a little bit off the plate under protective services, because we have a large number of initiatives and things in that area. So it allows for just that little bit to be taken off, so that some of the other things that we haven't been doing, that we have identified, that department's identified that we should be doing, gives them a little bit of extra time to designate to those functions. The GIS has stayed in information management. We've moved IT from CAO services into corporate services. So again, this is span of control. We also look at it as employee development. So how are we developing employees at one level of the organization to move up the organization, should the desire and the opportunity be there? And so what we're doing is creating multiple pathways to move up the organization instead of confining it to just one, which is in some cases what had happened. What's new that we're seeing as well is the creation of a financial planning coordinator. So again, this is a retitling of a current position. It's not a new position, it's a retitling, and putting some of the functions of the organization under there. So when we break this down, we have HR, information management, and we have, this is oversimplifying this, but we have kind of day-to-day financial services, operational financial services, what's going on today. And then we have a second branch under corporate services that is looking at more of the capital, asset management, long-term financial forecasting, looking at those kind of functions that we've now started to get into. So when we talk about those multi-year capital plans, the ongoing financial plans. Our asset management is getting to the point where we're going to be taking some steps forward on that. Now that the skeleton is built, we've got to put all of the life support systems and all of the meat on those bones. So there's a bunch of stuff going to be taking place in there. What the structure does allow us to do in some areas as well, not just in corporate services here, but is to realign some of the functions. And what I mean by that is if we have an individual that we want, say, looking at some of those longer term financial plans or things like that, which is a task, say, up here, if we can take some stuff off the bottom end of their plate, we give them the time to do that, right? And so that's why we're, again, going back to those work functionalities and things that I was talking about, is looking at ways that we can do that. If we're saying, you know what, we haven't been doing this and we want to, how do we enable that person to do that without coming back to you guys and saying, please give us more staff? Because that's, we recognize that that's not the approach that you guys want to see, and we think that this will help us do that. Under community services, so this is essentially the formal municipal services, becomes community services with the distinction that transportation has been broken out. So other than that, this is that entity. We have, when we do add the economic development officer, they would fold in under this branch of the organization. But other than that, this is very similar. So again, that one box has been added. The other box, the municipal assistant, has been taken away. And by taken away, not put anywhere else, it's just straight up been taken away. So again, those same types of comments that I made about developing staff to move up through the organization and creating multiple pathways for that. The other thing that we've looked at is a number of initiatives that go on in this area are going to require some additional dedication and some additional time, wanting to put the resources to those. So by moving transportation off of the plate of this director, they're going to be helping to build an economic development department. There's going to be a number of things in protective services that are going to require additional resources. This frees up some ability to take on those tasks. So that is community services. Again, it's largely the same as the former municipal services, with the exception of the third branch, which is transportation. So again, breaking out transportation into its own branch has created more of a balance within the branches of the county. Again, the structure that has been created there is looking to grant more specificity to what some of the individuals are doing, as well as creating more pathways for people to move up in the organization, again, depending on desirability and opportunity. So where we look at that is having now a director. So we've created a broader senior leadership team within the organization, and now having individuals that are specific to some functions or areas. So when we talk about the road program support supervisor or the project construction supervisor, those individuals more specific to some of our gravel and plowing operations, more specific to some of our construction operations. So again, there's going to be some time needed to continue to develop those staff, but there is going to need to, it does give them the pathway to move upwards as well. So we do have the ability to do that. With those two, I will note that we were largely operating this way for much of the year anyway. This is just formalizing it to now this is a new structure. So even though it looks like a change on here, in the actual operations, it's not that huge a change. One of the things I talked about when we're talking about span of control is now having our road supervisors north and south, and having teams of operators, grader and equipment operators underneath them. So again, better management of those OH&S needs, more, looking at having additional time and ability to now mentor or coach and develop some of those operators as well. As we look at the succession planning that we've got going, we know we've got individuals in this department that are eligible for retirement in the near future. So we're not talking long-term necessarily, but looking at saying, okay, how are we developing these individuals so that, if people want to compete for those positions, they can. And looking at bringing in some of their ability to focus in on their projects or take more responsibility or empowerment for what we have going on out in the field. So, as a rundown, that's what we're looking forward or looking to put in place. We don't have an effective date for that yet. kind of got slowed down a little bit by COVID, but we are looking for that, to put that in place sometime probably in April here, possibly early April. But that's, again, for council's information. We have done that restructuring, and again, the key points for council and for any of those that are listening, one of the positions in the organization has disappeared. We've added the Act Dev officer. That posting's out now. So there's not a huge change really, or any change in the number of people, but we did try to rebalance things and create ways that we could be more efficient. We could better accomplish council's strategic plans and tie in pathways that we could now, we have a number of people or positions in the organization that we identified could take on greater responsibility if we gave them a bit more power, and that's what we're trying to facilitate as well.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. Are there any questions for Mike? Anyone care to make a motion? Sure. Councillor King.
I'd make the motion that council accept the Kneehill County organizational chart and direct administration to amend policy 3-16 with the new organizational chart presented today.
Thank you. We have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to the said motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Whew. From home?
Brad's running one from his phone right now.
Oops, there goes another bridge. 8.7, Drumheller, Kneehill County, ICF. Mr. Hogan, you're on a roll.
Apparently I am. This item that's before you is council has seen these types of items before. Under the legislative framework that the province has put in place, the county has had to undertake 12 intermunicipal collaboration framework processes. This is number 11 of the 12. So 10 being done, this is the 11th one in front of you. The 12th is the next item. With the town of Drumheller, where this one differs, we did meet with the town. I say we, that's myself and the ICF negotiation committee, which was Deputy Reeve McGee and Councillor Hugo. We did meet with their representatives on their side and talk about the list of services that the town felt we should be talking about. Knowing that there was a time crunch coming and things like this ICF looks not real different than the other ones that council's seen, but there is a difference in terms of the level of discussion following April 1st that will need to occur. So in going through the list, we were able to talk with the town around some of the items on there and agreed with the town to just straight out remove them, as in the two parties don't need to talk about them. And the items that did make it onto the list, and when I say the list, that's Schedule A in the document, here's items that one party or the other, or both, thought was important to talk about. And so that doesn't mean that we necessarily are going to come to an agreement on them or that we're committed to them, and vice versa from the town's perspective. Some of the issues that we brought up, it's not necessarily a commitment or agreeing to anything on their part, it's just agreeing to have the discussion. And so that in this document, what we're recommending is that council approve the intermunicipal collaboration framework document, which is modeled almost exactly the same as the other ones that council has seen, with the exception that there's more under Schedule A. And we're asking and recommending that council give the Reeve and myself the ability to execute that agreement. Once council has done that, then we'll be able to confirm with the province, we'll be able to tick that box with the province that we need to have ticked by April 1st.
Are there any questions from council for Mr. Hogan? Anyone care to make a motion? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move to authorize the Reeve and the CAO to execute the Kneehill County and Town of Drumheller intermunicipal collaboration agreement as presented.
Thank you. We have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that said motion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Oh boy, good. Now, move along to 8.8, Acme Kneehill County ICF. Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, this item is similar to the previous one that council just dealt with. It's another intermunicipal collaboration framework agreement and a subset of other agreements that are related to that. So this one being with the Village of Acme. So in light of the motion that council just made, this is the last ICF that council needs to complete by April 1st. That being said, throughout most of those, we have made commitments to a number of the parties to continue talking about specific items following April 1st. So this, for the Village of Acme, we're recommending that council update or basically allow the Reeve and myself to execute the updated agreements for in a number of functional areas or areas of shared service provision or support. And after that, the council again give us the authorization to sign the intermunicipal collaboration framework agreement, which is essentially the same agreement that you've just signed or just given us opportunity to sign with Drumheller, and is modeled again on all of our other urban ICFs. So there are little tweaks here and there, but it's essentially the same agreement. So the first one up is the Acme Fire Services Agreement. So this agreement outlines the relationship between the county and the village around the provision of fire services, or mostly the two parts to this that are notable is the county's commitment to support Acme Fire and the village's commitment to take on some of the costs related to that provision. So when I say that, what I'm talking about is the village's agreement to purchase into, in the past where the county was straight out supplying apparatus at the county's cost, now the village will be contributing to some of those capital purchases, specifically on the engine. For the county side, it reinforces our commitment to providing funding to the Acme Fire Department. Traditionally, for the last several years, funding to the department has been in the amount of $41,950. That would be increasing to approximately $42,800, just slightly above that. So again, that would be a 5-year commitment. With that, it does outline the maintenance relationships between the two parties. So who pays for maintenance in what shares, so it clarifies that. And again, we're just looking for council's authorization to formally enter into that agreement. A number of other things that you see in there are similar, and I say similar, they're the same as what we've negotiated elsewhere. So that again, the county has historically paid for dispatch services in the urbans. Now the urbans are paying for those dispatch services themselves through the contract managed by the county. So again, a lot of those things are standard to what council has seen in the other agreements. One thing of note is recognizing the financial limitations that the village has. When the village is purchasing 30% of Engine 21, we did negotiate with them that that could be done over a period of 10 years. What that does is it just makes that it gives the village some flexibility. It makes it easier for them to actually meet that funding commitment that they agreed to. So before I move on, are there any questions from council specific to the fire agreement?
They still owe 100% of the bush buggy.
They do still own 100% of the bush buggy, so that was a decision that they made. So through the negotiations, the county did offer to purchase that unit. At this point in time, the decision was made by the village that unit would not be. They weren't looking to sell that unit. However, within the agreement, the county does make the commitment that when it comes time to replace that unit, that the county will replace it at the county's cost and that it'll be 100% owned by the county.
Just a small technicality here is incorrect in the last schedule there, Schedule D, where they talk about the purchase per year. Just missing an A, just dropped an A
Sorry, in
The
which one?
Village of Acme will purchase 30% of engine 21, and then it says increments of 15,750 per year.
Oh, per year, yeah, okay.
That's shorthand.
Yeah, we will,
Just me.
we will, we'll insert that into the agreement.
Just me, I'm sorry.
Still spelled better than 500. Still spelled better than 500.
Yeah.
If there's no further questions on the fire agreement, I'll move on to the recreation one. If that's suitable for council.
Are you skipping over the transportation one? Or was I not paying attention at the time?
You started with fire.
Oh, I did too. Okay, the transportation agreement, we'll go back there then, is under the transportation agreement, this is the standard transportation agreement that council has entered into with other urban municipalities, which is essentially that if there is a service that the village is asking the county to perform, that resources provided, we will perform it and we'll perform it at the rates contained in the bylaw. So it would require that if there were specific services, the village to enter into a hold harmless agreement, which provides some protection for the county, but it is a standard transportation type agreement that council has seen elsewhere. If there's nothing there, now I'll go back down to recreation. So in recreation, council's not seeing a change here in the funding commitment. So when we sat down to negotiate with the Village of Acme, the village presented their recreation numbers. They presented what they had going on, and it was determined through that negotiation process that the traditional level of funding of $37,500 was appropriate, and so that was agreed to by both parties. What is new in this in the recreation agreement, which council has again seen in the other ones that have been going on, is essentially the county is providing a bulk number for recreation, and we are leaving it to our urban partner to determine specifically where that funding goes within the recreation envelope. What that does is it gives them some flexibility, or gives them the ability that if they have a higher rec priority one year versus another, they can move that around as they see fit, so long as it is for recreation. And all that what the county has asked for, and again, this is standard in our other recreation agreements, is simply a listing from the partner as to what the money went towards. We're not looking for an in-depth accounting or a penny-by-penny account, but just wanting to know broadly what that recreation funding was used for, so that we have it for our awareness and that we can answer those questions from our ratepayers when we get them.
And I guess just to reiterate, we chose to use the same numbers as the villages and towns used when they designated recreational funding, so that was their formula, not ours. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, is there any questions on recreation before I move on? Seeing none. The next one is the urban weed and pest agreement as presented. Again, this is a similar, almost an identical agreement to what council has seen elsewhere. This is just setting up the relationship through which the urban partners utilize our ag services resources to do pest and weed control within the urban boundaries. It just sets up who the contact is, what the rate is, and as I said, it's identical in nature to the other ones that council has seen.
Councillor King.
Again, just a small technicality, we were outlined responsibilities. When we refer to the Village of Acme, they're actually not referred to there. It says the town of, should be the Village of Acme or something in that space.
Okay.
Under responsibilities, it says Kneehill County first, and then drops down.
It's on the screen, Mike.
Okay, yes, we'll make that change. Actually, I think in my copies on the server, that change is already made, but we'll confirm that. The next one is the Acme Transfer Station Agreement. So the village operates a transfer station that the county residents have access to. So there is again, there has been a historical funding partnership with this facility. So again, we've updated the agreement and formalized that partnership. The one change from that is when we did look at the numbers that the county was contributing, the usage and everything like that, it did appear that the county was over contributing in the past. So what has been the change in this agreement going forward is the county has maintained the level of contribution that we're putting in, but the village did agree to a caveat that in exchange for that, they would take that the excess of approximately about $3,000 a year, and they would put that into a reserve that would be used for capital upgrades at that facility when they're needed. So there is still that money is still going towards that facility. It's just looking after some of the more longer term replacements and upgrade needs, as opposed to all of them coming back for further negotiations. So we did build that in, and again, that was part of the negotiation process around the transfer station. Related to that is the next agreement, the Linden Transfer Station. So in the past, what we had is we had one agreement that was a three-party agreement between the county, the Village of Linden, and the Village of Acme. As part of this process, we broke those apart so that we were able to negotiate, if there's something that we're only looking to change, or that, say, Acme or Linden is only looking to change with us, that we didn't necessarily need all three parties at the table to redo the entire agreement. So they are broken into separate agreements now. So the Linden Transfer Station agreement that we're signing with the Village of Acme is again to provide some accessibility to the Linden Transfer Station by individuals from Acme, just given the different levels of service at those two facilities. And if there's no questions there, the final document is the ICF document. So this again is the pretty standard template that the county has been using with our urban partners. That does outline a number of the same things. What is notable in this one under Schedule A, again, as we said, there are some of these that we've agreed to have continued discussions and negotiations on. With the Village of Acme under Schedule A, the commitment that we've made is to continue to work towards an agreement regarding the provision of water and wastewater services. So that is, if the county was ever going to purchase water from the village, or you further develop the IDP area and utilize the village's sewage lagoon, that we have some sort of standing relationship that governs what that looks like. And so we've made a commitment to do that. The village has asked that we basically look to do that by October 31st, after which either party may file for arbitration on it. That does not preclude that doesn't preclude the parties from extending that deadline if we find that we need to, either through being close to an agreement and not needing arbitration, or depending on what happens with the COVID-19 event, we might find that there are some other mitigating factors that we're not able to start that as timely as we wanted to. The other one that might crop up in here is there are some numbers and some engineering reports that are probably going to tie into this, and they may not be available until such a time that the parties might look at this and say, hey, maybe we should give ourselves a little bit of extra time. So it does set out the opportunity that one party can look for arbitration as of November 1st, but it doesn't mean that is necessarily going to be the way it goes if an agreement isn't reached.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hogan. Are there any questions?
Mr. Reeve, maybe if I can provide one clarification.
Oh, good.
Is if when I talk about the arbitration, what would be going to arbitration is specifically the wastewater agreement. It's not the entire document. It's not any of the other ones. It's very specific to that one thing.
Thank you for that clarification. I jumped in too early. And guess what? Okay, what's council's wishes? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move to authorize the Reeve and the CAO to execute the Acme Transportation Agreement as presented.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there any discussion to the said motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Councillor Penner.
I'd make the motion that council authorize the Reeve and CAO to execute the Acme Fire Services agreement as presented.
Thank you. Motion's been made. Is there any discussion to the said motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor King.
And I'd make the motion that council authorize the Reeve and CAO to execute the Acme Recreation Agreement as presented.
Thank you. Motion's been made. Is there any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion to authorize the Reeve and CAO to execute the Acme Urban Weed and Pest Agreement as presented.
Thank you. Motion's been made. Is there any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Deputy Reeve McGee.
We'll complete the circle. I would like to move to authorize the Reeve and CAO to execute the Acme Transfer Station Agreement as presented.
Motion's been made. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Seeing a trend here. Councillor King.
I'd make the motion that council authorize the Reeve and CAO to execute the Linden Transfer Station Agreement with the Village of Acme as presented.
Thank you. Motion's been made. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Penner.
I'll make the motion that council authorize the Reeve and CAO to execute the Kneehill County in the Town of Acme ICF agreement as presented.
Thank you. Motion's been made to sign the ICF agreement as presented. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously.
May I request a break?
Oh, okay, we've been moving so quickly that we're going to have a recess now. Hey, Barb, you joining us after lunch?
Yes, I will be. Sorry, my mic.
Okay, you got to admit, it
see the lineups outside Costco? Where there's only allowing so many in.
50. That's a big building for only 50.
Alrighty, well, we'll bring the meeting back to order, try to get through a little bit more of this. Our next item is disposition of public hearing business, 9.1. And that will be Ms. Watt.
Hello, Mr. Reeve. This is just follow-up from the public hearing that we held today, Village of Acme, Kneehill County Intermunicipal Development Plan. I think my background is pretty much the same as what was presented at the public hearing. Implementing a plan that contains both guidelines for future uses as well as agreed dispute mechanisms. Urban and rural municipalities can reach agreement without negative impacts on either municipality. From the perspective of both municipalities, enhanced management of the land within the IDP area identified will prove advantageous for the long-term interests of the municipalities and their residents. So the draft was presented to council, and throughout the public hearing process, it's been circulated. The comments received back were presented at the public hearing. The notes and the objectives that we have in the RFD here are the same as what we went through on the public hearing process. So our recommendation at this point is that council moves second reading of bylaw 1807 for the Village of Acme and Kneehill County Intermunicipal Development Plan. And secondly, that council move third reading of bylaw 1807 for the Village of Acme and Kneehill County Intermunicipal Development Plan.
Thanks, Lori. What's council's wishes? Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion for second reading of bylaw 1807 for the Village of Acme and the Kneehill County IDP plan.
Alrighty, we have a motion before us for second reading, bylaw 1807. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Councillor King.
And I'd make the motion that we do third reading of bylaw 1807 for the Village of Acme and Kneehill County Intermunicipal Development Plan.
Thank you. Motion's been made to go proceed with third reading. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll now move on to council and committee reports. 10.1, community futures. Any questions? Oh, Councillor Christie, sorry.
Can I just add to community futures that in the last 2 weeks, the girls had reached for the skies on grants. They were awarded all 3 applications for a total of $350,211, which they didn't expect to get it all, but they did. So.
Future's looking bright. If there's no questions, maybe we could have someone make a motion. Councillor Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move that we receive the council and committee reports as presented.
Thank you. Motion's been made to receive for information. Is there any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Council follow-up action list. Questions, concerns, comments? Councillor King.
Just a question, Mike, did you say earlier today, did I hear you say that Three Hills had approved all their agreements on the ICF?
They have. They, from the information that was sent to me, they did that yesterday at their council meeting. So I believe that in my inbox I have their signed versions of them. So it's just now a matter of us executing them as well.
Councillor Penner.
If nobody else has any other comments, I will make the motion that council receive the report regarding the council follow-up action list for information as presented.
Thank you. Motion's been made to accept for information as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. We have closed session coming up. I guess we'll go into closed session. Mike, we got time? Very good. Would someone like to move us into closed session? Councillor Christie.
So moved.
Motion's been made to move us into closed session. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Okay, the motion was made to come out of closed session at 12:23. It is 12:24. We've checked. There's no one waiting to come back in. So I officially adjourn the meeting at 12:24. Thank you for coming, everyone.